Hey cats. Sorry. First thing I said today. Yeah, you went to Belgium. What did you visit? Let me guess. Brussels and Bruges. Told ya. Cool. Yeah, I've never been to Mexico. Oh, got a phone call. Yeah. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I think Bruges gets. There's a lot of like school trips going there. Like art schools will go there to, yeah, to draw. I remember when I was in art school, I went there too to draw. Ghent would be kind of similar. It has like some really like some parts of the city. Ghent is a little bit bigger. The thing about Bruges is that it yeah, it has a lot of rules, so it keeps that. They try to keep that medieval character to the city. So everything you build there needs to, has certain rules. So you can't like put like some super modern front to your house, for example. Like people don't always like it when you live there and you like more modern stuff. But I think, yeah, it's okay to have a place like that somewhere in Belgium. So like if you go to Ghent, for example, that also has a very medieval, like all cities, of course, all cities in Belgium have that architecture, but some cities were just bombed a little bit more during World War II. So the level of bombing kind of decides how many of those buildings are still left. Like Antwerp got bombed pretty heavily, and yeah, as a result, there's more like modern. It's not modern anymore, of course. It's like 60s buildings, right? Like 50s, 60s buildings, and they also tore down a lot of like in the city center. They were these nice opera buildings, and they were like in the 60s. They were like, we don't need this old crap anymore. You know, they just tore it down, put some kind of like squares skyscraper in there. Like a big old office building with orange windows they put. Now they changed it. It used to be like that. We're oh, yeah. I got so many places to visit. I mean, I want to see everything at a certain, but I also want to like draw, like so. I'm and I got kids, so vacation at the moment is like it's almost more stressful than actually working. That's the crazy thing about kids. Having holiday is like stress instead of relaxing. Because they always want stuff. But I mean, they're great. It's not that I regret my decision of having kids. It comes with the territory. They give, they also give back a lot. I would also feel like, I don't know, maybe it's a stupid idea. It would kind of feel like my life would be, it just having kids just feels like it's you need to do that, like it's part of life or something. Either that or like if I wouldn't be able to have kids, I would like become like a adopt kid or be a coach or something. Like some good in the world needs to be passed on, I feel like. I mean, not that I'm perfect or anything, but maybe I can like, maybe one of the kids will like become an artist. That would be cool. I don't think they could both still become artists. Like, hey Alex, those courses on this page are from my under paint academy workshop. They're basically the recordings of they're yeah, recordings of the workshop I did with them. I'm in love with Mia Aussie. What's that? Mia Aussie. Is that your girlfriend? I think I'm misunderstanding. Drawing birds from reference is just relaxing. you can definitely make it as an artist. You just need to be stubborn, you know? That's the way I feel about it. You need to be stubborn as F. Never quit on it. Eventually it'll happen. But you gotta find time to do the practice, of course, otherwise it's gonna be hard. um, the tip I give to people, about that is, you need to find the time, right? So if, let's say you work, let's say you have a, kind of like boring job that you don't like, and you want to become an artist. It's all about finding a moment in time where you can, like a holy hour, that you can spend where nobody bothers you, where it's just you and the drawing, right? And the way to get better is, I feel, is like, instead of, you got all these things you need to know, right? In drawing, like anatomy, let's just say, cars, environments, faces, whatever, right? And you just pick the thing, you see, like, what's your comfort zone, right? Let's say it's drawing, pretty girls or something, Instead of practicing everything, right, and getting only so far, right, you pick your most favorite subject matter, and you go all the way, You just go like, I'm gonna draw, for me it was portraits, right? So portraits. So I just went all out on the portraits, so this is the skill axis, right? So, once I was here, I started going back from this point to all the other subject matter, right? So people say you should leave your comfort zone. It's true, but it's also not true. Like for me, I think it's better to hyper focus on one thing. And what will happen is that, as you learn how to draw portraits, right? The reason why your portrait's getting better is because you're applying fundamentals, right? Like, one thing you need to also add is, art theory, of course, You need to know how to do it by learning what rules you need to follow, right? And as you get better at drawing the faces, you're getting also better at showing volume, at showing, at color, at in the end also at perspective, because you cannot draw a good face without actually following perspective, even though you may not realize it, at a point you might just put stuff in the right place, meaning you're following correct perspective, right? But so from that point you can then branch out and branch back, and then focus, add other stuff into the mix, right? So that's what I'm doing, right, with these sketchbooks, is I'm just now trying to branch out as much as possible, developing my own style. And my path now to get better is kind of like leave leave the client work and stuff behind, and just I'm just working on my own stuff basically. It's just this is just a feeling I have. Like this is what I feel I need to do, and I've maneuvered myself in a position where financially I can like do that. A lot of decisions we made, like also as a family, is like, you know, first of all, yeah, I do have, you know, we have double income, for example, so that helps. Um, but we also, for example, like we bought a house, but we didn't buy something where I'm like that we're killing ourselves paying this like a mortgage or something. You know, we bought a house that was well be within the means of that something we could afford. So we never have like a crazy amount of money stress at the moment. It's like when I first started looking for houses, like this shit's so expensive, you know. You're like, oh yeah, I want this kind of house or that. This is my dream house. But we quickly realized that it's like we're just gonna buy something that looks like shit and and fix it up, you know. So we've been doing that for the last 10 years or something, and we're still not halfway done. I can copy, but I have no imagination. Yeah, well, I think that's the thing, you know, with you do have imagination. I don't believe you don't have imagination. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. But imagination is like a muscle. You need to train it. And yeah, imagination is. I mean, there's also a lot of tricks you can use to come up with ideas. Is that the problem where you know, coming up with stuff, or what's the problem with the imagination part? What seems to be the issue? The style. Explain. Elaborate. Like, for example, something I could suggest, right? And something I do. I'm even doing that with these crows here, right? So instead of copying, like photographically copying, I'm drawing it more in my own style, right? So instead of, look, I'm keeping the shapes, but I'm kind of making them into characters, right? So for example, you could, instead of, you know, let's say you have a reference picture, right? I'll show you like real quick. So let me find a good reference for a sec. take this one. Oops. First of all, you can start by picking the right references, right? So if you go for faces that already have a lot of, like nice proportions, you're like halfway there, right? But yeah, so style could be what style really is. You can do the style in, there's the style is in the proportion, the style is in the way you use the lines, the technique. The style is a lot of things, the way you render, which rule you apply it, right? So for example, with this guy, you could say, oh, I'm just gonna use like straight, straight lines, right? So basically you're applying like a filter to your line work, right? So you're looking at this, you're seeing the lines, right? And what you say is, I'm just gonna make everything angular, right? So when you do sketch, you kind of apply this kind of like filter to all the lines you see. So you see the line, like, you see the line going round, right, like that, but instead you're gonna use these straights, for example, right? So then when you go and finish your line work, right, this thing is gonna have style, right? And alternatively, for example, you could say, oh, I'm just gonna make everything more, I'm just gonna make everything more round, right? And then you'll get like a softer style. See, now this is a different style, right? And this is kind of just what you need to decide. What do you like, right? Well, you need to have some kind of idea of what your work needs to become. Otherwise, it's gonna hard to focus yourself to get somewhere, right? And this is cool, actually. I could keep this on a separate page. And then the story continues, like, how do I work this out, right? So you have all these fundamental rules. You could say, I'm gonna use like a hard black and white kind of shading style, right? I'm gonna go Mike Mignola on these values, right? And that's like another thing you need to choose. Like, so which of the drawing rules are you going to apply, right? Because when you shade something, when you shade, what you do is you separate the object, light and shadow. Then what you do is you model the form, right, in the light. And then you add like highlights and stuff, and then you're gonna model the reflective light, right? And you're gonna like add ambient occlusion, all this kind of stuff, right? So that's like, so if you're going for a fully rendered style, you're gonna do all those steps, right? But if you say, I'm just gonna do like Mike Mignola, I don't know if you know this artist, right? So his style breakdown would be, what he does is he kind of paints the shadow, right? So he's using line, minimal line in the light, and then painting the shadow shapes, right? Instead of doing a lot of detail. He's just looking for shadow shapes basically, and then the way he finishes is just basically using local value and flat colors, right? So what he's doing is putting stuff in the flat colors basically. Sometimes he has, like here, right, on this arm, he has a darker red because there's reflective light, right? But it doesn't do that a lot. So what he does here is, in order to make this image work, he's using color contrast. So he's making the entire image in these blues and browns, and then giving his center figure, Hellboy, giving him a lot of color. That's just the way the character design is, right? But when you just do flat shadows and color, basically you can't really do anything wrong, right? You see, he does that a lot. I mean, this is just very desaturated color, but you see here, he uses a little bit of reflective, light. So he put the far side of that character in a darker tone of the skin tone, right? And here, so here you get a little bit of reflective light from the fire, right? For the rest, it's pretty simple build up, same thing. Little, color contrast is the spot where you have to look, and you have he's leaving out a little bit of reflective light on the shading to make stuff more interesting. But when he paints stuff, he does something very similar, right? So the only rules he's introducing when he's actually painting stuff is it's just a little bit of modeling and gradients, right? So when he's painting, he's using some kind of very loose technique that creates texture, right? But it's all about the gradients he's still drawing the same shadow shapes, right? But instead of just making them fully black, what he's doing is he's painting them with a paintbrush, and he's thinking more of amounts of reflected light. So so here, for example, on this the chimney, right? Because there's like a lot of there's planes basically here that catch the light and reflect light. He makes this stuff lighter, right? So the shadow shapes, they don't need to all have like the same value, right? As long as you keep you have a certain value range for the shadow and a separate value range for the light. So what he's introducing is like he's adding these gradients. So you can see here, the smoke, the shadow of the building, and the smoke, goes dark to light to dark, kind of framing the figure, right? And so it just works, But yeah, the idea is almost the same. He has a little bit of modeling going on, some secondary tones, like a darker mid-tone that's closer to the shadow, right? And then that's it, that's then he's done. I don't know if that's helpful at all, but I don't mind explaining. I use streams to practice my teaching. So yeah, that's just really how I see style is just it's like a what rules do I which of the drawing rules do I apply, and which ones do I apply correctly or fully, or sometimes it's you know you use kind of like you know it a little bit. Like you might say, I'm gonna use reflected light, but I'm just gonna like understate it, like always, and that might work, and it's also like you could say, I'm gonna draw like I don't know, let's say you say I'm gonna draw like Mike Mignola, but I'm gonna render it like Pixar. Boom, you have a new style. It's that easy. But this is, you need to have that idea, that concept behind what it's supposed to be is very important. If you don't have a concept behind what you're doing, yeah, it's just not gonna work very well. Hey, Schizo Goblin, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I like to kind of give my characters. If I draw from reference, I like to draw them in my style and give them a bit of character. Now I'm just spending a ridiculous amount of time rendering out the crows. But it's cool, it's relaxing. One, two, three, four, four. And then we have this. We need one extra here. When I draw teeth, I like take my tongue and like go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you guys want to like show me a drawing or something, you can. It's always if you want some advice or some critique. I'm in a good mood today, talkative mood. Yesterday I wasn't. Today it's working. Hey, Julie, just put a link, just put a link in the chat. Let's see. Schizo Goblin. Hey, you draw goblins. Who would have thunk? Schema von Gobloid. That's cracking me up. I like this fella here, That's really good. It's really funny. Now, if I would give advice, like I think this really like proportionally, it's really nice, right? I think maybe what you gotta work on is a little bit, like the subtle, I think some of the shapes, like you have this eyebrow ridge, maybe this one needs to come out a little bit. Maybe there needs to be a little bit more of a natural curve, like where it connects, right? And this can come out a little bit more, and this one, right? Just like give stuff a little bit more room, so it like makes sense that the way things connect is gonna make it, still you're gonna keep the same proportions, but it's just gonna look like slightly more realistic, I feel. Right? Is this Photoshop or is that also 3D? You know that one guy who does like the flat 3D stuff? I don't know. I can't come up with the name anyway, so why am I even? Is this? I don't get it. Like, it's like painted and then modeled or something. Little poly. Nice, man. Good stuff. Julie Lafayette. So what's this sketch? Or which one? I can say your sketches are very nice. You have very nice flow and gesture. I think what you need to do is like go for a second pass where you redraw it and then fix all the mistakes. Like, like this, the hand basically, the hand not being correct. I think by doing that, same thing with these sketches, they're really excellent. They're really like good, like gesture sketches, right? But there's a version of these sketches that, where you really lock in and, like learn how to draw that hand. And I think if you do that consistently, you'll be like a way better artist, right? So I think all these, like if you look at Evan Amundsen's work, for example, he does this and then he does the second pass, right? And the fact that you're able to do this, that just like not a lot of people can do this kind of stuff, right? But I think there's a second version of these sketches that's gonna be even better, right? So like you fix, like the way this boob is, like where it stops or where it flows, and you need to check all the proportions, her torso is squished and she has very short arms, and I mean that doesn't matter like for an individual sketch, but I would try to do that for a lot of the sketches, is just try to get, this hand could be even better, so yeah, in terms of this sketch, she's female, but she looks more, I would think she needs a little bit more. I think here, for example, this needs to go in a little bit more. The hips need to move down a little bit, right? So you got the belly button, should be like there, and the hips should be like a little bit lower. Um, but then, yeah, I think with a lot of the sketches, there's some uh, yeah, structural things that can be improved. Here you have the ears. Where are they placed? They should be higher up, basically. That the chin here, how does that work? You're looking at, you're looking at the sketch from a down angle, right? But the chin, the other underside of the chin, that shape should just be way more visible, right? So it means probably the features need to be shrunken down a little bit, and everything needs to be moved up a little bit, so you have more room for that shape. The ears need to be replaced to be like correctly placed. And I think it's just that, you do like an excellent first gesture, but then you need to like lock in. I mean, I'm sure you do that for your finished stuff. Yeah, your stuff is nice. I think it's kind of, yeah, the same thing with the finished stuff. It's kind of yeah. There's a lot of placement stuff that can be like a little bit improved, like where stuff is. Like if I take this face, right, the perspective suggests that stuff needs to go down, right, but this eye is moving up. The perspective of the chin is going down, right? The teeth are correct; they're going down to the horizon line. But if you take these 2 points, right? If you connect these points, this one is going up again, right? The nose is going up, right? So the all the points, the perspective points on this face, they need to go along with the perspective, right? So this eye needs to go, either lower, or this one needs to go higher, right? The problem with the faces too is that the mouth goes so far and the eye goes so far. There's really no side of the face anymore, right? So it needs a little bit more side. I feel like like it needs more of here. Yeah, it's little things like that that can be improved. Also, for example, if you look at the paws of your creature, what I would say is, really look at a tiger paw. Like add some real life. Try to really look at the actual shapes of like real life references. And add a little bit of a life drawing in there, like I can show you a tiger paw here, right? Like see how that rhythm, right, the way these things push together, because of the fur, they sit like close together, and it pushes up certain parts, and the way that this stuff sits inside. You have like the bone or something, and then like the sheet, and then the claw, right? So look at yours are more like it's like the idea of a paw, what you would think, like what does a paw look like, and that's what's inside your head, right? And that's what you're drawing. So instead what you got to do is like for everything basically right, you gotta go like, oh, do I actually know what this looks like? And if you add something like this to it, it's just gonna look like more realistic and better, right? Especially for creature design, I feel like you need the bigger your creature is, the more room you have for detail, right? So especially for creatures, it's gonna look kind of silly if you just draw the claws like this, because the bigger the creature is, the more detail you need. You see that, for example, when you look at How to Train Your Dragon, right? The bigger, like if you paint that, you have that giant dragon in the end. Like you can't not put a lot of detail in there because it's just gonna look out of place, basically, right? Um, and this would be my suggestion. Um, what else? Yeah, for example, on the tail, you have this, jewelry that's basically the contour of the jewelry is sitting flush with the tail, right? So you need to either do two, you can do two things with this, right? Either it's too tight and the tail will come out and it will be like that, right? Or you give it enough room to really go around it, right? And that will create the natural silhouettes for you, right? Here too, like give that a little bit more. It either goes, either it's like squishing the fur together, which probably what would be happening, and you would have, maybe it would cause a disturbance at the place where it's coming out, right? By the fact that it's like getting pushed in, maybe you would have like it would come out a little bit more in that part. That's just an idea, basically. Also, another thing is, don't, like, here is going, where's the lights ending, right? So you have, where's the light coming from, first of all? Right? So you have kind of like this rim light here, and then main light. So why is this part like going into shadow, for example? Like this should still be hit by the light at that spot. Little things like that. Right? Always make sure you have the nice separation of light and value. The placement of the highlights, for example, like when of the speculars of the gold, like where do you put those, right? You put those in the correct spot, it's gonna look better. If the light's hitting here, the light's gonna hit here, right? It's just a fact. So this probably needs to go up a little bit in the brightness. That's it, I think. I mean, the light's is hitting here. So we would say the light's hitting in this area and then slowly getting less strong. Yeah, that's gonna take us too far. There we go. Do you have some more other work here? Card game. Hey, you're doing good. Was that full book? Miro? Yeah, one more thing about the faces. What I would say on your faces is try to think of so your faces, they're like cartoon characters, basically, right? Same thing here. All your characters, they're cartoons. So what I would suggest to you is, uh, you know, they you know, I'm not gonna say that they don't portray a character, right? But the way you're showing the, you know, the way you're showing the faces is you're creating the character by, you know, just the elements, right? And you're not creating the character with the features. So, you know, your character is, you know, she's like, you know, she has like the big hair, and she has the, you know, the orange thing, right? But so what you need to do for your faces, uh, let me show you, right? Think more of, you need to like think as a caster for a movie, right? So why do they, you know, like if you you know, why do they pick Steve Buscemi, you know, has a certain face, right? And you know, the reason, like the way his face is like it fits to a lot of like different movie roles, right? So he can play certain types of archetypes, right? So you need to add more like character to these faces, right? So I, for example, like what I do is I collect these mugshots, right? And this is what I'm talking about. Like this guy, you know, like has such a unique configuration of features, you know, like the proportions, you know, his eyes are kind of like small in his face, his features are kind of small. He has a big mouth, but he has like a huge chin, and he has kind of like a short forehead, right? So it's this, you know, you see how his face kind of slopes forward, like it's all like this forward movement basically, right? And that's what's giving him character, right? And so by, you know, like this type of face, right? So here, I, you know, this, she could be, you know, she could be a witch, but she could be like, even, you know, she could be, I could use this reference like, you know, that dark eye to show just some kind of you know, like a, yeah, it's just a like a dark kind of like dark hair, you know. You could do all kinds of things with this with these references, right? And so that's kind of what you need to learn, I think, right? So, you know, to look at this guy, you know, okay, he's like a big tug guy, right? But what type of big tug guy is he, you know? So in his face, his proportions can, you know, do all kinds of things, you know. What do you want this guy to, you know, do you want him to be a big version of Arnold Schwarzenegger, or do you want him to look like The Rock more, you know, like this type of thing? I mean, okay, I don't know if these two are like the best, you know, the most like special, right? But you need to like kind of try to make each of the faces, you know, yeah, it needs a certain feeling, you know. um, so that's I think with most portfolios, this is usually the, I think that's what that will be what sets you apart from other artists, because it's the thing that I see the most with portfolios is that they got like good skill, good technique, you know, like they have a lot of you know, crazy amount of detail, right? But then the faces are kind of boring, you know. They're not really like showing somebody like special, right? Like, and you can like start, for example, with you know, with just like race, for example, you know, like the way I look at race is that, you know, you have a difference between people who are from, you know, you have white people, but then you have, you know, you have Swedish white people, you have Spanish white people, you have Russian white people, right? And they all have some kind of like, you know, you have that. Uh, they all have something different, right? So this is almost something you can play with. Like this is something you should play with. Like how do I, you know, it's just like a Russian spy, you know, like it's just like some kind of, or she's like Romania. I mean, there's gonna be differences between people from Russia and Romania, for example, or from, like you have like a Mongolian Russian, and you have. I mean, I don't know why I'm using Russia Russia as an example now, but you know, I'm just I'm just thinking of like Street Fighter. I don't know. Change it to goblins, but it's the same thing for goblins. You know, like. Uh, what you can think of, for example, is like you have like Danny DeVito, for example, and like picture his like character, and then you can go like, what would a Danny DeVito goblin look like? And that sketch is gonna be more interesting than if you just draw a goblin, right? So you try and put something in there that you've not never tried before. I always love the advice of it's like on the Ren and Stimpy show. There was this Danny Copley. You're good with the puns. Yeah, on Ren and Stimpy, the animators had like this. Basically, the art director of Ren and Stimpy, he says, like, yeah, you're drawing. He would reject drawings where he saw the expression before. So he tell his artist like, yeah, you have this character smiling, but I need to see a different kind of smile, right? So is it an evil smile? Is it a loving smile? Is it a like creepy smile? So he needed every kind of thing to be unique. Every drawing. Like if he had already seen the expression before, he was inclined to reject it. So this is something you can apply to the characters too. If you feel like you've already done that before, try to put something else, put something new in it. I mean, it works better for the animation, but it's kind of like, I guess what I'm saying is you got to be a little bit more tough on yourself, I spend a lot of time looking for, looking at my drawings and then going like, does this fit my style? Like, is it good enough? Is this the direction I want to go to? I give the advice I give a lot is, and it's like the lost art of life drawing, basically, right? I there isn't a lot of people who go on the bus and draw people anymore. Um, but it's where you learn, it's how you learn to do that. Another tip would be like whenever you're riding a bike, and you need an idea for a character, just on your bike trip, try to hold on to a face or a guy that you saw or a girl that you saw, right? And then try to draw him at home. Like I know this guy, for example, he's got this like a long, like a rock style hair. He's got a mustache. He got a really sharp nose. He always wears these overalls, and he has like a keychain full of like Kipling monkeys. I always thought that maybe that's like a nice exercise for a workshop. Try to draw somebody you saw on your way to your apartment. Normalize staring for. Yeah, I got in trouble once for doing that. Like I do that all the time, observe people. But then one time there was this guy. He literally had this. This was his forehead. It was like he had a giant forehead, and I was like, "That's so cool." This is like my my characters. Like he looks like my characters. And then I started drawing him, and then he's like, you know, he like saw and is like, "What are you looking at?" And then it's kind of hard to say, "Oh yeah, but you have such a nice, beautiful forehead." I love your forehead, man. Like it looks great. You can't really say that to people. So I just said, sorry, sorry, so sorry. I was just drawing people on the bus. Yeah, I've drawn a lot of people. Most don't care, but it has happened that people got angry. What's the best way for you to learn about the human body to be able to turn it in all directions and the poses you want? Uh, yeah, just doing dynamic poses is still quite difficult. So for me, I think I definitely use reference, but as a general approach, I I try to learn all, like I'm interested in like every possible way the human body uh, can look like. That makes sense. I'm always looking for unique, yeah, physiques and actors and athletes to yeah, to help me to design characters. That makes sense. I'll also take my own references. For example, for this hand, this is what I did. You do whatever it takes to get the image, to get the image right. Hey Satsuki Eyebrows, thanks for the follow. Okay. trying to stay focused. How are you guys doing? You making something? If you wanna share, go ahead. I'm rendering the big crow. First I was kind of like, will I be able to do it? But now I just went for it. No fear. Hey, Green Day. your thoughts on tracing reference? I don't care. Feel like if you just do it just like slightly, not like, then it's okay. I do it all the time for professional work. But it's different because it's just, it's not about, who's the best, it's just about getting stuff done. Like they're waiting for a concept, and if you can speed up the process by tracing something, you do it. But you just have to realize that tracing stuff is not gonna automatically give you a good concept. So you have to, know what you're doing as well. I can't remember who. There's like, I think David Hockney, writing in a book, about old masters, so that they're like, oh yeah, they're just using a tracing device, and then he shows some example of like, I don't know if there's where he uses that technique where he's using the same device, and then the drawings kind of look like shit, proving his point that it's really not that simple. Right, it's about this kind of optical device that it has some mirrors, so you look through it, and then it kind of projects the image on your eyes, basically, and then you can just kind of trace it, and it's what Vermeer used, for example. So this artist used this device, basically, right? So you can see that because all of his paintings are like, for that era, his paintings are super small, and they didn't, that's kind of like the proof, because the device, it couldn't like project like really big, so he's painting small, right? But the way he paints the light, it doesn't paint itself, so that's the whole thing, is that he'll get the proportions correctly, and the result is like something that's super super tight, basically, and you probably can't get this painting if you don't use that device. This type of painting is probably almost impossible to do without using this tracing device. So, but mixing the colors, that's the thing that's actually, that's where the skill is, mixing the light and painting the light the way, it's painted, basically, right? That's what's so good about his paintings. Norman Rockwell, for example, he used a projector. If you look at his paintings, or his stuff, it actually makes sense, Like his reference images are really close, but he still did some stuff with it, He like changed stuff. and he used a lot of different references and mixed the poses. But yeah, he was essentially using a projector, and he talks about like that was his great shame. But is it really like he gave us some really amazing art? Yeah, I think it's better, to not use it. But you know, if you're tracing and it just looks like traced art, it's kind of sucks. But the way I'll maybe trace something is like, you know, I try to avoid it these days, but sometimes I'll do like, I don't know, do I have a reference image? If I trace, I'm still gonna like trace it, but you know, I'm gonna like draw the thing the way I want it to look on top, so that it doesn't, you know. I mean, these days I just kind of prefer just drawing it. Once you get kind of good at copying stuff, you don't really need it anyway. That's the thing, right? You can just get really good at copying stuff, and then you don't need the trace. It just takes a couple extra years, but you'll be a better artist in the end. Worst is if you lie about doing it. Yeah, but I mean, it's. I don't think that's. I don't think that's true. I mean, if they would ask you and you would lie, then you're kind of like just a, you know, then it's kind of like dishonest, right? But I don't think you have any obligation to like, oh, by the way, I trace stuff. Like if your style is to just post your work and shut up about it, I don't think you have to, you're like obliged to like go and, you know, say that you're tracing stuff. Um, if you, on the other hand, sell tutorials and pretend you don't, but you do, that's something else. If you're just a concept artist and you're just working professionally and you're tracing shit all the time, but you're still just making concepts for the job, like I don't think you have to like disclose, oh, by the way. If you ever wanted to be like me, I'm just a big old tracer. Like if you take the Brad Rigney Brad Rigney is like an illustrator for a lot of stuff. He's like, yeah, and then I take this this painting and I just paste it on top, and now I'm just gonna blend it into my painting. And you're like, oh, okay. So he's honest about that, and I think that's, yeah, what's important. Yeah. Just drawing some birdies. Are we talking about the whole Ross Strand controversy? If I'm talking about that, I think people should just like get over it. And concentrate on what they're doing with their lives. Especially like that psychopath stalker. Doing things by hand does take a lot of time though. How many hours do I draw? I try to draw 7 hours. I'm trying to get there, but it's usually more like 4 to 5 hours. But today we're doing really good. My problem is usually beginning, starting. But today we started. Let's see, the stream has been 2 hours. So I started at 10 o'clock. And now probably need to go eat something at a certain point. Or we're not gonna make it. But yeah, Julie, it's like my job, right? So if it's your job, you should do it. Even if you don't have an assignment, you should be drawing like, you're on the clock. So all this work, and I still have to do the tail. Oh god. But the tail can be kind of silhouetted, I guess. Do you work out or meditate to sharpen your mind? I do. I do work out a little bit. I have worked out a lot. I used to go do like calisthenics, yeah, every day. At this routine, I did it for 2 years. Um, but now I'm a little bit more lazy. I think you owe it to yourself as a artist. Yeah, you spend a lot of time inside and on a computer, right? So if you don't, you're just gonna get health problems, I think. listening to music, but not at the moment. I usually listen to music. getting kind of bored. lots of work. This is a fat crow. Hey, Grease, thanks for the follow. Welcome to this excruciatingly slow sketch session where everything takes a ridiculous amount of time. Thanks, man. Whoa! Hey, Draw Bento, thanks for the follow. For the raid, sorry. Appreciate it. Please share your art. Maybe I already know it. Hello, hello. Hey French, bonjour. Comment ça va? J'aime bien quand les Français viennent me voir. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Thanks for all the follows. Yeah, please, because I'm boring myself with my drawing. I don't know if you ever get that problem. Merci, merci. My accent, I'm afraid, is pretty shitty in French. It's because I'm Dutch speaking, and that's a tough transition from the kind of like the Dutch sounds to the to the French. Thanks. It's very kind of you. So what am I doing? I'm working on my digital sketchbook. Let me see if I can show you. So now I'm doing a little more elaborate drawing. Wait, what did I do here? Yeah, anyway, so yeah, this is my digital sketchbook. I'm trying to create enough pages to make a book, and I'll just kind of like flick through the last I don't know, 10 pages or so. What I do is just there's only one rule. I use this brush, and I cannot change the brush. So I gave myself a little bit of a challenge, right? So I'm just using this pencil brush that I made a long time ago. So I just I never change the size. I do a lot of color picking with it, so it's not exactly like a a mechanical pencil because like the pressure sucks on tablets. There's no reason to kind of try and mimic whatever. Yeah, so the idea is to have a simple tool and then try to get better at doing just simple sketches. Most of the stuff is drawn from imagination, but occasionally there'll be like a little study in there. But usually when I draw from reference, I try to like match my own style, basically. Like I think this one, for example, is like with some kind of image somewhere, but then I kind of just use the image to make a drawing without, like this one is from reference, but again I kind of make it into my own thing. This one is multiple references combined. This is all from imagination. Except no, the pose of the boy is from reference. Yeah, forgot. And now we're doing a little more elaborate drawing. The problem I'll have with this one is the human figure, I think. Whatever is gonna be happening here, and the second hand. So let me check Draw Bento's drawing for a second. So here's what he's working on, which is pretty cool. Yeah, really nice, man. Or not, man. Sorry, I don't want to assume you're a guy. Where is it? It disappeared. Yeah, really nice. No, I just assume everybody's a guy. I see fantasy art. Right. Really nice. I lost a layer somewhere. Oh, I got this little sketch. I think this is it. Yeah, see you. Sorry, I make too many layers. Yeah, that was it. Okay, we're there. We got it. Okay. I think you can. Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. Mm, let's just delete the layers that are hidden. No, I can't delete the references. What's this? Oh yeah, that was my shading guide. Okay, let's just continue. if my computer starts messing, like not working anymore, I usually just flatten everything. But now I can't because I need the crows to be on a separate layer. Maybe I can do that. So that's how it started. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's better. Okay. Hey Arno, thanks. Yeah, sketchy drawing is is kind of what I only do. Like I, do you know the feeling? Like sometimes for professional work, they're like, "Can you send the PDF?" And then I have like, all these super random layers, and then I'm always like, "What do I do with this?" It's do I make up some layers, or do I merge? Because I either send a file with these kind of messy layers which doesn't make sense, or I merge everything and then I just have one layer, and then it seems like I just work unprofessionally or something. Like a caveman. Or do I make up a couple of layers so it looks like a well organized file? I'm sure have fun, yeah. Because the PDF is like the same as as the JPEG almost, like the PSD. Sorry. Let me look up some kind of crow wing for a second. That's just gonna be better to draw something nice. That's funny, Arno. Yeah, with these sketches, when people don't like are new to my work, or I like the idea that a lot of people seem to think it's actually pencil on paper if they don't like are not familiar with my work, and they, you know, I constantly get comments like, "Oh, I thought this was pencil." I kind of think that's, I don't know, I like that. Maybe some people will not like it as much if they find out it's digital, but who cares? Yeah, I could do that, but then I mess up my drawings. My idea is to make a book, um, a book out of them. So when I print it, it's gonna have the crease by itself. At least that's the the idea I have. There is a chance I'll just be sketching this stuff for the rest of my life without ever doing that. Given my organizational skills. No, the idea is that when I print it, I'll just pick a kind of paper that has some, texture, and so it's not like perfectly white paper, but more like a moleskin kind of paper. It will make it the book a little more, bit more expensive probably to make, but I think, yeah, I can't really get around that 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 fact. Yeah, I think it will work. I know because I had my sketches printed by one of one of those magazines before, and it looked really good. Ah, I see. Yeah, well, we'll just have to figure it out. Hey, Noiram Bear, thanks for the follow. I have a 24-inch Wacom. Let's go test something. This is 100%. I think it. I could print it on like actual moleskin size, and it's the same size. There we go. That's better. just a little trick to make stuff go faster. Copying copying the layers I've already done a couple of times. Let's clean up this part. Yeah, these big areas are quite annoying to do. I usually don't draw this big. Um, in a lot of stuff that I do, I'm also choosing. Um, I'm often choosing. I like to work a lot in the midtones rather than the shadows, just to ignore to ignore the yeah. So to avoid, sorry, that I have to do these big black areas. But yeah, if the piece needs it, then you have really no option, right? But this brush is just so addictive, so it's actually fun to do all the little strokes. Yeah, I'm sure there's albino crows, yeah. That's my way out. It's my excuse. Mm. I think there's albino of every creature, right? It's like the same gene that gets affected. Hey, Yumi. gonna take a little break. Thanks, Leah Drill. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. If you're new here, feel free to give me a follow. Right, I'm gonna do a little break. I'll be back at 15. 15. Alright, see you in a bit. Gotta eat something. idea what these strings are. They're super random. Is there still anyone here? I took a long break. That's good. Who is Leah Drill? She thinks. Gamer, thanks for the follow. What's everybody up to? Hey Kirepa, Paha, thanks for the follow. See you, Gabrush. You're welcome. It's amazing that you're still watching. It's not a man. Oh no. But yeah, that's the idea. Hey, Kire, no, I just sketch like this. You'll see I have a lot more pages. I just do it like that, so I'm working with like a sketchbook composition. Thank you. Thanks, Frost. It's a nice analysis of the picture. That you could see it as a killer who's, very confident, and you can hear him or her or whatever arriving basically by the sound of the bells and the crows. I do see her more as a girl though. Thank you, bushy brows. Hmm. This needs to come from the other side, right? Or from like the middle. Yo, if there's anybody who wants to like show a drawing, wants to get a little review, just to break up the, break up the monotony of drawing. Feel free to post something in the chat. Hey, Anonymous, thank you. Don't be shy. I'll try to give you good advice. Hey, I'm serious, right? Feel free to post a drawing and so we can liven this place up a bit. All right. Yeah, normally, we charge money for that, but ooh, nice. And you're sending like an artwork. Well, is that in your sketchbook? Or are you cheating just like me? Yeah, this is excellent stuff. Nice, really nice. Yeah, what can I say about this? Other than it's like a really nice page. The fact that it's it's traditional, of course, makes it even better. Um, yeah, I don't know what to say other than what would make this better is a little, or the just like the individual little portraits is, I think you can be a little more like graphical with the values, a little bit less like in the beginning. I would say you gotta be like, think of your big values and kind of like make stronger cuts, less careful. So, for example, if I may, right? So here, this shape, right? This shape would be like more like this, right? In the beginning, I mean, like with this value there. Some of the values can probably be a bit stronger, but yeah, for example, like the nose, right? When you do that initial shadow shape, just like add in the cast shadow, like, and simplify that whole thing in the beginning, right, to be like a stronger, more solid shape. And then I think when you're going to do like the when you're gonna do the the next tones, right, if those shadow shapes are a little bit better, everything's just gonna read a lot better, right? So so, so this is the previous version. Right, so you start from that kind of stronger shapes, and then afterwards when you start adding in like the extra pass, when you go deeper, when you add the darks, right, those shapes will still read a lot better, and you're still gonna have like the same the same kind of detail basically. This little shape, it kind of wraps around this here. It's like this shelf, right? So right below the eye you go out again, right? So the face is going like straight down basically, right? So look at the sides of your face and the front here, this stuff is like going down, right? And if the light source is coming from the top, usually on the face, here it's straight, and then right before the hairline, if you still have a hairline, it starts to go backward, right? And then here, right under the eye, the geometry goes out again, right? So there's like this shelf here that kind of surrounds the eyes, right? So you'd have that here on this side and on that side, right? So here, both of those highlights, they're good, but they also kind of curve in. That stuff also kind of curves in here too, right? This one would probably be, depending of course on where the light is coming from in this scene, right? But like this stuff would probably be darker, and then this a little bit lighter. I don't know what the reference was, of course, but I mean, it might be that the lighting was completely different. I'm just gonna take the chance here. You would have the edge of the eye socket here, right? And then that would turn like that. I think in the beginning it's more a matter of simplifying your shapes a little bit, and then stuff will look even better, and I think that's kind of it. For values, it's all about figuring out how stuff is relating to the light source, right? The more a plane is turned towards the light source, the lighter the plane will be. So if you have a hair like this also, you can kind of ignore in your first pass, ignore the fact that maybe the hair is white, right? And include that in the shadow shape, right? So there might be some hair peeking through here, maybe the ear is peeking through, but overall that's gonna follow, that's also going to follow the even though maybe it's lighter hair, it's gonna just be in shadow, and the it's gonna be darker than, for example, the skin in the light. If I see this like that, this shape, then the side of the nose will also probably be in shadow. But maybe, there's something else going on there. um, Here on the nose, for example, right? There's all these planes, but basically you have everything white. So if the light's coming from there, this is gonna be in shadow. There's gonna be a shadow like this. There's gonna be a shadow like that. There's gonna be the shadow like this, right? This is gonna connect to each other, and then you'll have like a more consistent uh, feeling. Um, yeah, that's it. Good job, good job. Anyone else? Just gonna clean up some of this stuff here. Who is not afraid to show their stuff off? I'm definitely at the annoying stage of the painting where I need to fix stuff that I've been neglecting since the beginning of the painting, stuff that I knew that was going to be a problem, like the rest of the character. Would you guys say it's more a guy or a girl? Because there seems to be some confusion about this fact. What do you think? Well, what do you guys think? I guess that's okay. Cool. Okay, which one of these do I take for this one in the distance? And why am I asking you? I'm just gonna choose it myself. Yeah, maybe that's a little difficult. You can post it, and I'll open it in a different screen, and I can just talk about it. This one is way too small, I think. Yeah, sure. You can post nudity on ArtStation. God damn it, gotta sign in for that. Oh, let's see. Hey man, that's really cool actually. Yeah, I think you did really a real good job on getting like stuff to read, very voluminous, right? Um, you can probably some of the anatomy shapes. Let's say I take just the arm here, right? So here you would have, you know, this stuff here, right? I don't feel that some of the overlaps well enough, right? And there's some extra anatomy shape here, for example, right? And then here, you know, this is kind of like a little bit thicker, and here, you know, here you kind of lose the volume, so this would go somewhere like that, you know, and you would feel that volume a little bit more. Oops. But it's like kind of this extra little shape that you're missing, right? You can feel that like right there, you know, like here. That's like an extra little anatomical shape. And then yeah, I think you can sometimes push your values subtly, you know, subtly you can push them a little bit more. If I take this part, for example, the belly, right? Like if this is here, then on the other side you'd have a similar shape, right? It's kind of like these little anatomical things that you can add, so here you have like the rib cage, some usually there would be like some a little bit deeper of a shadow there, maybe like feel that rib that would be there, right? Maybe this one goes a little lighter, for example, right? It all, yeah, it's all kind of like a balance, where here, here you're kind of missing some kind of, you got this and then that, this kind of little shapes that would be there. So you have the leg would be going in, or the muscle ends and the butt starts, right? So here, and then this would go in and would be kind of like pushing that fat out. And then, same thing here on that side would probably be, that would kind of push in the skin in a way. But yeah, again, it's kind of subtle stuff, but I think yeah, it's very nice. Maybe also the breasts, the nipples are just kind of pointing forward, right? So I would, kind of think they would be like pointing outward a bit, right? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I really think for your style, because you're going kind of like, realistic. Yeah, you really want to be paying attention to like subtle anatomical details, bony landmarks, this kind of stuff. This one's quite cool too. With this one, what I would say here, is that, for example, you don't really need that line, because when you draw this line so strong, it just suggests that, it just, the harder you draw a line, the, you're suggesting like a really strong edge, right? So I just let the shape of the lips speak for itself, basically, right? I mean, if you were to shade this, like, okay, there would be maybe a little bit of that stuff there, right? But yeah, I would make those lips a little bit thicker, for example. I would make those teeth darker. Just a little subtle value change on the lips, and I would make it so that, we're feeling the other side of the lip, right? So that you see the other side, because that's kind of like the what the angle is. And the same thing here, I would kind of lose the, I would kind of lose that heavy line, and then instead I would, maybe put a little bit of a cast shadow to show the shape of the nose. Right? You see that like instead of doing it like that, which makes it super, like strong, I would kind of lose the edge and have people just fill in the blanks themselves, right? This eye is, the shape of that eye is not completely what it's supposed to be. So on that side, you kind of you kind of often see the underside of the eyelid there. And what you need to look out for is when you do the eye on the other side, is that you don't make it smaller height-wise, right? So in perspective, when you draw something in perspective, right, you draw the one eye like that, right? But the other eye has almost the same height. And what people will do is they'll make it like, often make it also smaller, right? So in perspective, you're compressing it that way, right? So this shape, right? So if this is the front view, right? And you're turning it, right? First it becomes this, right? And then it becomes that, right? So that center section here, right? The center line is shifting its place, right? But the height of the eye is not changing, at least not, not in this distance, like, I mean, if it's like 10 kilometers away, yeah, it will be smaller, but it's just a couple of centimeters, right? And things that can happen in this position is that, for example, the, that a part of the eye will be covered, right? I mean, not in this case, right? But that's kind of the thing. Right, so yeah, with girls you want to be really subtle with, if you do this, yeah, it's just kind of like, it does kind of like this, like, so you want to be as subtle as you can. Usually for line work, what I'm looking at is, if I would be copying line art from a reference, I would look at how strong the contrast is between two values, right? So for example, if you take this, like a portrait of any like girl, for example, right? Here you can see, if you were to draw this as a line work and you just do this, right? Yeah, that's gonna be super strong, right? So what you want to do is you want to look at, here's the edge. You want to look at the value contrast between it, right? So you vary the line work, and so as it goes around, it becomes darker, right? So you can do the same thing. You can draw these ones stronger, right? And then you do that, and then you're really subtle, right? and you try to follow, yeah, the contrast basically of uh, of what's in the reference, rather than drawing everything as strong, right? And then, you know, so for example, for the eyes, you would draw that top, those top, the top line really strong. For example, this one is quite strong too, but then the bottom one is a lot less strong, right? So this is how you can put that kind of emphasis. If you draw then the bottom line just as strong, right? It'll start looking like makeup, for example. So that's it. Yes, exactly. You small, thanks for subscribing. Hey, where's my... That's what it is. That's what I made. This subscribe with Prime is maybe a different GIF. Thanks, man. Thanks for the support. I don't have a lot of subscribers, so it means a lot. trying to find a good reference picture for a wing now. What's that? Hey, thanks for the follow. Riton. Hey, Ice Nicole, are there big differences in your technique process when you're drawing with physical media? Jack, no, it's actually exactly the same. Like what I do with this is just what I've always been doing in a moleskin. In fact, most of my processes are sort of derived from traditional stuff. You find moleskin is best for the effect detail you go for. And drawing in a cheaper sketchbook can find things end up. Yeah, I think moleskin is really good for that because but it's also the choice of a pencil. I think so. You need to have a crisp pencil too. was my favorite teacher? No, wasn't in art school. um, I think it was when. I think it's more like, for me, it's just like a combination of all like advices I got. Like I vividly remember a critique of Michael Hussar, who's like a kind of like a fine art painter. Who I think he was, yeah, he's and he gave me like an advice. Just like instead of just like giving like general advice, I was at a workshop, and they could be like, yeah, you gotta do more live drawing or whatever, right? Uh, and you'd get a lot of that kind of advice, but he just kind of like, I showed him my painting, and then he was like, oh yeah, so look at this. He was showing. He's pointing at the painting, like, you have this value on the ear here, right? But you also have this value on the forehead, like, and if you look at how they relate towards the light source, how can they be like the same value, and they're on your paper, they're, you drew them the same value, so that's not really possible, right? And it just that thing that he said, like that just made me click, and made stuff click for me, like in a major way, that I kind of like got it. So I understood, like, hey, this is kind of like a puzzle, I just have to, if all these places need to be like, different value, then, it's like a puzzle, right? So like, oh, this one, you look at your painting, and you go like, oh, all this stuff is the same value, right? But this needs to be darker than that, and that needs to be darker, and in order for this to be lighter, this needs to be darker, and then you're on a roll. And then you can't really mess up anymore, I feel. Then it's just a matter of time before you fix it, because it's easy to make something darker or lighter. Anybody can do that. And if you follow that rule, like, you have to be watching, how it's relating to the light source, then it becomes quite easy. I mean, that's the technical part. The hard part, of course, is the ideas. And what you draw. Yeah. Spickles. It's a lot of work for just the stupid wing. Hey, Coverage Jasper, thanks for the follow. Thanks, God Artist. Thank you. Don't think about it. The way I see the layers is just it's just additive, you know. I never delete layers. I don't look at them. Um, I just know that sometimes I need a multiply layer, for example, and then I will make one. And then if I then need a normal layer, I will just make a new layer and not go back, right? Because that requires too much thinking and it's slow, right? So I make a multiply layer, I use the multiply layer, and then I just press the new layer button and it's on top, right? Thank you, Mark. Almost there. get that. God artist. It's the first thing I say to people. You don't have to do this. Yo, Jelenar, thanks for the follow. Hey, take care. Oh, has it been 7 hours? Shit. Yeah, I think there's probably a VOD. just want to finish this, never look at it again. The longer I'm looking at this art, the more. I don't want to take a break. I want to finish it. Let's not add more stuff. Thank you, Paul de Vega. It's just I think it's just yeah. You know, she's like a killer. You know, like a and she kind of announces. You know, instead of being all sneaky. You know, it's like the bell is tolling for you. You know, like you hear them come basically, right? You know, you're fucked basically. Yeah, exactly. We made it, guys. We made it. Thanks, Cream Reaper. It's very kind of you. That's better, right? Okay, we're very much done with this thing. In in Dutch, we would say zware bevalling, which means difficult childbirth. Or how do you say difficult labor. There's always stuff to be done, right? So we can probably work on this for another 10 hours. Okay, I'm gonna just call it quits. Hope you guys had a good time. Take care. See you at the next drawing. Take care. Bye bye. Oh, wait, here. Almost missed it. Okay. Thanks for watching. I'm exhausted. We did 8 hours. We did one break. I have no idea what the time is. Have fun. Have a good night. I feel like I'm waking up in a different era at the moment. Alright, bye bye. Oh, wait. Okay. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. Okay. See you. Oh yeah. If you want to support me, you can always buy my brushes. You can get them on my Gumroad. You can try this pencil style out for yourself. It's a lot of fun. You can also get one of my courses if if you like to do some self-study and stuff. That's it. I don't have anything else to pimp. So see you. Take care. Bye bye.